Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. Light rain fell on the fogged-up windows of the O'Sullivan's old crafts workshop as Siobhan tried, unsuccessfully, to repair yet another of the vintage sewing machines her grandmother so prized. At 23 years old, with red hair always tied in a messy bun and freckles that dotted her face, she was the last hope to keep alive the business that her family had run for 3 generations in Wicklow, a small village in the Irish countryside. This stubborn machine, she muttered to herself as her skilled hands tried to adjust the rusty gears. The aroma of chamomile tea filled the room, mixing with the characteristic smell of old fabrics and aged wood. On the wall, the portrait of her grandmother Margaret, who had passed away just 6 months ago, seemed to watch her with that enigmatic smile she always carried. The situation in the workshop was critical. The bills piled up on the work table like dry leaves in a particularly cruel autumn. The bank threatened to take over the property, and customers, previously loyal, now preferred industrialized clothing from the large department stores that had set up shop in the neighboring city. Your grandmother always said there's magic in the unlikeliest of places, said a familiar voice, making Siobhan startle. It was Sean O'Brien, the old family friend who ran the village's only bookshop. His wrinkled, kind face appeared through the half-open door, carrying a dusty box. "Sean, what a scare you gave me," Siobhan replied, getting up to help him with the box. "What is that?" "I found this in the back of the bookstore. It belonged to your grandmother. Margaret left it with me years ago, saying that I would know the right time to give it to me," he explained, placing the box on the work table. "And something tells me that moment is now." Intrigued, Siobhan carefully opened the box. Inside was a yellowed parchment, delicately rolled up and tied with a faded green ribbon. As he unrolled it, his eyes widened. It was a map, but no ordinary map. The lines seemed to pulse with their own light, and the drawings were so detailed that they seemed to move under your gaze. "That's impossible," he whispered, as his fingers traced the contours of the map. The parchment showed the entire Wicklow region, but with strange markings and symbols she had never seen before. In one corner was an inscription in Old Gaelic. Sean smiled, his eyes shining with ancient wisdom. "Your grandmother always believed in the stories of leprechauns. She said they guarded not just gold, but far more valuable secrets. This map, she says, reveals the location of their treasures during the spring equinox." Siobhan frowned skeptically. "Sean, you can't be serious. Leprechauns are just fairy tales." But your grandmother would say that fairy tales are the oldest truths we know," Sean replied, heading for the door. "The equinox is in 3 days. Maybe it's time you found out for yourself what's real and what's just history." After Sean left, Siobhan spent hours studying the map by candlelight. The markings seemed to indicate specific locations on the green hills surrounding Wicklow. The more she looked, the more convinced she became that there was something different about that parchment. The lines actually seemed to change subtly, as if the map were alive. That night, lying on her small bed in the room above the workshop, Siobhan couldn't sleep. The sound of rain against the old tiles mixed with his restless thoughts. The threat of losing the workshop, his family's legacy, weighed on his chest like a stone. If there really was a chance, no matter how absurd it seemed, the next morning she woke up with a decision made. He put on his sturdiest hiking boots, grabbed his old backpack, and began preparing supplies. If there was even a chance to save the workshop, she needed to try. Your grandmother always said that magic finds those who are willing to believe in it. While organizing her belongings, Siobhan noticed something strange. Words began to appear on the map, as if written by an invisible hand. The first treasure reveals itself to those who have the courage to take the first step. But be careful. Not all gold that glitters brings happiness. It was at that moment that she heard a musical laugh, almost like the tinkling of bells, coming from somewhere near the window. When he turned to look, he saw only a quick flash of green disappearing between the trees in the garden. Her heart quickened, and for the first time since receiving the map, Siobhan allowed herself to believe that maybe, just maybe, the stories her grandmother told her weren't just stories. With the map safely tucked away in her backpack, she locked the workshop and looked one last time at her grandmother's portrait. The enigmatic smile now seemed to contain a secret that was about to be revealed. Siobhan adjusted her backpack on her shoulders and began walking towards the green hills that stretched beyond the village. The clouds began to dissipate, revealing an intense blue sky. The air was thick with the scent of the wildflowers that dotted the fields, and a gentle breeze seemed to whisper ancient stories into her ears. Her journey was just beginning, and she had no idea of the challenges and wonders that awaited her. Siobhan followed the map's directions, which took her to a region known as Fairy Valley, a place where local stories said magical creatures used to gather. The morning sun illuminated the green hills, creating dancing shadows among the ancient trees that seemed to hold centuries-old secrets. As he walked, he noticed that the markings on the map began to glow more brightly. One in particular, located next to a circle of mushrooms, pulsed with an emerald light. Her grandmother always talked about mushroom circles, or fairy circles, as they were known, saying they were portals to the magical world. Well, if I'm going to believe in leprechauns, why not in magic circles? She muttered to herself, cautiously approaching the place. As he got closer, he noticed something unusual. In the center of the circle, there was a small stone table with 3 objects: a miniature golden harp, a 4-leaf clover preserved in amber, and an ancient gold coin. Next to the objects was a plaque with an inscription in Old Gaelic. Siobhan took out her notebook, where she had written down some basic translations that her grandmother had taught her. After a few minutes of deciphering, he read aloud, 3 treasures are before you, but only one is true. Choose badly, and everything will be lost. Choose well, and the path will reveal itself. Music can enchant, lucky clover can give, and gold can buy, but only one can touch the heart. Great. A riddle, Siobhan sighed, sitting down on the grass to think. Her grandmother always said that Leprechauns loved games and riddles, testing those who sought their treasures. As she pondered her choice, a memory popped into her mind. Her grandmother, sitting in the workshop's old rocking chair, telling stories about how leprechauns valued skills and honest work more than gold. The true treasure, she said, is in the hands that create, the heart that gives, and the soul that preserves the ancient traditions. With that memory in mind, Siobhan looked at the three objects again. The harp represented music, one of the oldest ways of preserving stories and traditions. The shamrock was a symbol of luck, but also of connection to the land and its traditions. And the coin, well, the coin was just gold. After a few moments of reflection, Siobhan reached out and picked up the golden harp. The instant his fingers touched the instrument, a soft melody began to play, as if played by invisible hands. The mushroom circle began to glow, and a musical voice echoed around it. Wise choice, young artisan. Music, like crafts, is a way of keeping ancient traditions alive. This is just the first of the challenges you will face. Suddenly, the shamrock and coin disappeared in a flash of green light, and the harp in his hands turned into a golden key. On the map, new words began to form, revealing the location of the next treasure. Wasn't the gold you were looking for? Asked a mischievous voice behind her. Siobhan quickly turned around, only to see a small man, dressed in green, no bigger than a child, sitting on a nearby tree stump. I am looking for a way to save my family's workshop, she replied hesitantly. The leprechaun smiled, his eyes shining with ancient wisdom. But there are many ways to save something, young Siobhan. Not all of them involve gold. Before she could respond, he disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only the echo of his musical laughter in the air. Where he was sitting, there was now a small green velvet bag. Inside the bag, Siobhan found golden threads that seemed to glow with their own light. A note accompanied the gift, to weave old stories into new patterns. As she packed the threads into her backpack, Siobhan began to understand that this journey would be much more than a simple search for treasure. It was a journey of rediscovery, not only of the leprechaun's secrets, but also of his own family's legacy. With the golden key in one hand and the map in the other, she observed the new directions that had appeared. The next marked location was in an ancient forest known as the Whispering Wood, famous for its centuries-old trees and stories of travelers hearing ancient voices among their branches. The sun began to sink below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of orange and pink. Siobhan knew she would need to find a place to camp soon, but something on the map caught her attention. The lines leading to the Whispering Woods seemed brighter in the evening. Perhaps some treasures can only be found in the dark, he murmured, remembering another of his grandmother's maxims. Adjusting her backpack on her shoulders and holding the golden key tightly, she began to walk towards the ancient forest. As the first stars began to dot the Irish sky, the wind whispered through the trees, bringing with it promises of more mysteries and challenges. But now, with her first victory achieved, and the understanding that not all treasure is made of gold, Siobhan felt more prepared for what was to come. The leprechaun's words echoed in her mind, along with her grandmother's stories, guiding her on her journey across the magical fields of Ireland. The whispering woods turned out to be more mysterious than Siobhan imagined. The silver moonlight filtered through the branches of the ancient trees, creating dancing patterns on the mossy ground. The golden threads on his backpack seemed to emit a soft glow, as if responding to the magic of the place. Following the directions on the map, which now shone more brightly in the darkness, Shuan arrived at a clearing where three ancient trees formed a perfect triangle. Their shells were marked with ancient symbols that seemed to tell forgotten stories. Trees hold memories older than time itself, whispered a familiar voice. It was the same leprechaun from Fairy Valley, now sitting on a low branch, swinging, his legs covered in striped socks. What should I do here? Siobhan asked, holding tightly to the golden key she had won in the first challenge. The answers are in the patterns, he replied, pointing to the wires in his backpack. Your grandmother Margaret was a weaver of stories, as much as fabric. She knew that every stitch, every knot, every interlacing tells a story. Siobhan took the golden threads out of her backpack, and as she held them, she noticed that they seemed to want to move on their own, as if they knew exactly where they should go. Approaching the first tree, he noticed small natural hooks formed in the knots of the wood. With deft fingers, she began weaving the threads between the three trees, letting her years of experience with crafts guide her. As he weaved, a story began to form in the air around him, like a memory coming to life. He saw his grandmother, young and full of life, working in the workshop. The sewing machines sang beneath her expert fingers, and the fabric flowed like water. But what was most impressive was how she transformed simple scraps into works of art, each piece telling a different story of the rich Irish tradition. Your grandmother understood something precious, said the leprechaun, observing the pattern forming between the trees. She knew that the true value is not in the final product, but in the process of creation, in the stories woven together with the threads. As she worked, Siobhan began to understand. Each piece that her grandmother created carried a little magic, not the magic of leprechauns, but the magic of love for the craft, of dedication to traditions, of respect for the artisanal process. The pattern that emerged between the trees was complex and beautiful, reminiscent of ancient Celtic designs. When the last thread was woven together, the entire design began to glow with golden light, and the trees seemed to whisper ancient songs. The stories your grandmother wove live on, said the leprechaun, now standing beside her. They live on in the pieces she created, the skills she passed on to you, and in the hearts of those who value true craftsmanship. Suddenly, the woven pattern began to transform, the golden threads interweaving differently until they formed a miniature loom, perfectly detailed and shining like the stars. This is the loom of memories, the leprechaun explained. With it, you can weave not only fabrics, but also stories and memories. It is one of the leprechaun's most precious treasures, as it helps us keep ancient traditions alive. Siobhan picked up the small loom reverently, feeling its comforting warmth in her hands. On the map, new lines began to form, revealing the path to the next challenge. But how can this help save the workshop? She asked, still uncertain. The leprechaun smiled mysteriously. Sometimes, to move forward, we first need to look back. The stories your grandmother wove are more valuable than you know. Before she could ask any more questions, he disappeared in a flash of green light, leaving only the echo of his laughter in the night air. But this time, Siobhan didn't feel alone. The loom of memories in his hands pulsed gently like a small, glowing heart. Consulting the map, he saw that his next destination was a place called Lake of Reflections, where the waters were said to be so clear that they showed not only the outer reflection, but also the deepest desires of the heart. The night wore on, but Siobhan barely felt tired. Each step on her journey revealed more about her grandmother's true legacy and the real meaning of value and tradition. With the loom of memories safely in her backpack, along with the golden key, she began her walk towards the lake. The night wind carried with it fragments of ancient music, and the stars seemed to twinkle in a secret code that only those connoisseurs of ancient mysteries could understand. Siobhan realized that she was beginning to see her world with new eyes, the eyes of someone who finally understood that the magic wasn't just in the stories, but in the way those stories connected people and preserved traditions through the ages. The Lake of Reflections appeared before Siobhan like a perfect mirror beneath the starry sky. The crystal clear waters not only reflected the crescent moon, but seemed to contain mysterious depths that went beyond the physical. As he approached the shore, the loom of memories in his backpack began to vibrate gently, as if responding to the presence of an ancient magic. The waters show what needs to be seen, not necessarily what we want to see, said a female voice behind her. Turning around, Siobhan found a different leprechaun than before. This one wore an emerald green dress and had silver hair that looked like it was woven from moonlight. Did you know my grandmother? Siobhan asked, noticing how the little creature's eyes held the same gentle wisdom she saw in Margaret's portrait. Oh, yes, Margaret was one of the few humans who truly understood the magic of craftsmanship. She didn't just create beautiful pieces, she preserved stories in every stitch, in every seam, replied the leprechaun, approaching the water. On impulse, Siobhan took the loom of memories out of her backpack and held it over the lake. The small object began to glow more brightly, and the waters churned in circular patterns. Suddenly, images began to form on the surface of the lake. He saw his grandmother, young again, sitting in the workshop. But this time, the vision was different. Margaret wasn't just sewing, she was telling stories to a group of local children as she worked. Each piece he created seemed to come to life with the stories, and the children's eyes shone with delight. Your grandmother didn't just sell clothes, the leprechaun explained. She sold experiences, memories, connections to ancient traditions. Every customer who entered her store left not just with a piece of clothing, but with a piece of Irish history. The waters changed again, showing clients over the years, brides wearing dresses that told love stories through delicate embroidery, children in coats decorated with patterns that represented ancient legends, shawls that carried blessings woven into their threads. But how can I recreate that? Asked Siobhan, her voice shaking with emotion. People today want fast, cheap clothes. The leprechaun smiled, her eyes twinkling. Not all. There are those who still value the meaning behind things. The loom, of memories can help you see the stories that need to be told and woven today. Siobhan dipped her hand into the crystal clear waters of the lake, and the moment her fingers touched the surface, a wave of understanding hit her. She saw possibilities she had never considered before. Clothes that told modern stories while honoring ancient traditions, pieces that connected people to their roots in new and meaningful ways. But there's still something missing, said the leprechaun, taking a small crystal vial from his pocket. These are waters of reflection. When added to the fabrics you create with the loom of memories, they will allow others to see the stories woven into the pieces. As Siobhan held the bottle, she noticed that the water inside seemed to contain little dancing stars. The map in his backpack glowed again, revealing the location of the last challenge, the circle of ancient stones, a place where the veil between the worlds was said to be thinnest. Remember, said the leprechaun as he began to disappear like morning mist. The true value of something is not in its price, but in the stories it carries and the connections it creates. Siobhan carefully stored the vial along with her other magical treasures. The sky began to lighten on the horizon, announcing the approach of dawn. The equinox was coming, and with it, his last challenge. As she walked towards the circle of stones, Siobhan began to understand that each challenge was not only giving her magical tools, but also revealing truths about her grandmother's legacy and the true meaning of craftsmanship. The workshop didn't need to compete with department stores. It needed to offer something they never could: living stories, breathing traditions through each piece created. In her mind, ideas began to form, workshops where people could learn not just to sew, but to weave their own stories, personalized pieces that carried deep meanings for those who wore them, a way to keep traditions alive while creating new ones. The rising sun painted the sky with shades of pink and gold, and in the distance, the ancient stones of the circle began to materialize in the morning mist. Siobhan knew her last challenge would be her most important, not just to save the workshop, but to fully understand her role as keeper of the stories her grandmother had begun to weave so long ago. The first light of dawn touched the ancient stones of the circle, making them shine as if they were made of crystal. Siobhan approached reverently, her magical treasures, the golden key, the loom of memories, and the vial of the waters of reflection, pulsing gently in her backpack. The air was thick with anticipation, and she could feel that she was about to discover the true purpose of her journey. In the center of the circle, he found an ancient, life-size loom, apparently as old as the stones themselves. Its wood, darkened by time, seemed to contain centuries-old stories. At his side stood the leprechaun he had encountered first, along with the silver-haired leprechaun, and now a third, an old man with a long white beard and eyes that seemed to contain all the wisdom of Ireland. "Welcome to the end of your journey, Siobhan O'Sullivan," said the old man, his voice resounding like ancient music. "You have collected the three treasures, but the true test is yet to come." Siobhan took her treasures out of her backpack, and the moment she placed them next to the ancient loom, something extraordinary happened. The golden key began to rotate in the air, inserting itself into an invisible lock. The loom of memories expanded until it reached the size of the ancient loom, merging with it, and the waters of reflection began to shine like a million shooting stars. Now, said the silver-haired leprechaun, you must weave a single piece that contains all the stories you discovered on your journey. But remember, it's not just about what you saw, but about what you learned. With shaking but determined hands, Siobhan sat down at the transformed loom. As he began to work, memories flowed through his fingers as if they were the threads themselves. His grandmother telling stories in the workshop, the customers who became family over the years, the traditions that ran deeper than the blood in his veins. The loom began to sing beneath his hands, an ancient song that seemed to come from the earth itself. The threads she wove glowed with their own light, and each movement created patterns that told stories. She wove the green of the Irish fields, the glow of the moon over the lake of reflections, the ancient wisdom of the trees of the whispering wood. As he worked, a crowd began to form around the stone circle. First just a few people from the village, then more and more. Siobhan barely noticed, completely absorbed in her work. The waters of reflection mixed with the threads, making every part of the fabric glow with vivid memories. Look, someone from the crowd exclaimed. The stories. We can see them, and it was true. In the fabric that Siobhan created, people could see their own stories reflected. Weddings, births, moments of joy and sadness, all intertwined with the ancient legends of Ireland. The loom sang louder now, and the ancient stones seemed to pulse in tune. When the last thread was woven, Siobhan walked away, exhausted but amazed. Before her was a shawl that seemed to contain the entire night sky, each star a different story, each constellation a precious moment preserved in time. You understand, said the elder leprechaun, smiling. The real treasure was never the gold. It was the ability to see and preserve the stories that connect us, that make us who we are. The crowd around the circle had grown even larger. Siobhan recognized familiar faces, old workshop customers, neighbors, friends. Everyone looked in wonder at the shawl she had created. And more than that, they began to share their own stories with each other. I want a dress that tells the story of my wedding, said one young bride. My daughter is having a baby, said another woman. I want something special for the little one, something that preserves our traditions. Sean, the old bookseller, approached with tears in his eyes. Your grandmother would be so proud, Siobhan. You didn't just save the workshop. You brought back something we were missing, our connection to the stories that make us who we are. The three leprechauns smiled in approval. The magic loom is yours now, said the silver-haired leprechaun. Use it wisely to continue weaving old stories into new patterns. But remember, added the first leprechaun with a mischievous smile, the true magic is not in the loom, but in your hands and in your heart. In the weeks that followed, the O'Sullivan's workshop gained new life. Siobhan not only created unique pieces that told stories through her magical fabrics, but she also began teaching others to see the stories in their own crafts. The workshop became a place where ancient traditions met new dreams, where each piece created carried a little of the magic she had discovered on her journey. The bank never threatened to take over the building again. In fact, there was a months-long waiting list for Siobhan's special creations. But more important than financial success was seeing how each person who entered the workshop left not just with a piece of clothing, but with a story to call their own. At night, when she closed the workshop, Siobhan would sometimes take the shawl she had created in the stone circle and wrap it around her shoulders. The stories woven into it still glowed softly, reminding her of her journey and the lessons she had learned. In the portrait on the wall, her grandmother Margaret was still smiling, but now Siobhan completely understood that enigmatic smile. It was the smile of someone who knew that true magic lies in the stories we choose to preserve and share. And sometimes, on the quietest nights, when the moon was high in the sky, she could swear she heard musical laughter coming from the garden and glimpsed little flickers of green among the flowers. Gentle reminders that magic, like the best stories, never really ends, just keeps turning into new patterns, waiting to be discovered by those who still believe. The icy winds blew through the golden halls of Asgard, carrying with them the echo of hammers and chisels that rang through the divine city. The giant builder, whose name few dared to utter, was working tirelessly to build the walls that would protect the kingdom of the gods. His muscles strained under the northern sun, while his mighty horse, Svadilfari, dragged blocks of stone bigger than houses with the strength of 10 ordinary horses. Odin, the father of all, watched the progress of the construction of his golden throne, his features marked by the concern he shared only with his ravens, Hugin and Munin. The agreement made with the giant was looking more and more like a trap. If the walls were completed within one lunar cycle, the price would be the radiant Freya, the sun and the moon, a price too high for the protection of Asgard. In the great hall of Valaskjalf, the gods were meeting in urgent council. Thor, with his hair as flaming as fire, and his disposition even more fiery, proposed smashing the giant with his hammer Mjolnir. Tyr, the god of justice, argued about the sanctity of agreements, even those made with giants. Freya, whose fate was at stake, kept a dignified silence, although her eyes shone with restrained fury. Amid the chaos of the discussions, Loki observed everything with his piercing green eyes. The god of mischief, known as much for creating problems as for solving them, was already beginning to weave a plan in his mind that could save Asgard, albeit by unconventional means. "It was your silver tongue that got us into this mess, Loki," thundered Thor, pointing an accusing finger at the trickster god. "The giant would never have proposed such a deal if you hadn't encouraged him." Loki smiled, a smile that could have meant both amusement and danger. "And it will be by my cunning that we will get out of it, my impetuous friend," he replied, standing up with the grace of a cat. "I've watched the giant at work. His strength is extraordinary." "Yes, but it is Svadilfari who does most of the work. Without his horse, the giant will never complete the walls in time." The plan that was beginning to form in Loki's mind was audacious, even by his standards. Known for his ability to change shape, he had transformed himself into various beings before, from a salmon to a fly. But what he planned now was different, more risky, more intimate. While the other gods debated, Loki crept out of the hall, his footsteps silent as shadows in the twilight. From the top of a hill, He watched the giant and his horse at work. Svadilfari was truly an impressive sight, black as the deepest night, with muscles that rippled under his shiny fur, and eyes that seemed to contain the fire of the 9 worlds. The moon was already high in the sky when Loki began his transformation. His limbs lengthened and changed. His body was covered in hair, as clear as moonlight, and where the god of mischief once stood, now stood a mare of extraordinary beauty. Even in this form, her green eyes retained that characteristic glint of intelligence and mischief. In the valley below, Svadilfari raised his head, his nostrils widening as he caught a new scent in the air. The giant builder, sensing his companion's distraction, shouted orders and pulled harder on the reins. But it was too late. The powerful horse had already picked up the seductive call coming from the hills. The mare, Loki, moved with calculated grace between the trees, leaving only glimpses of her form to pique the stallion's curiosity. It was a dangerous game he played, but Loki had always been a master of dancing on the fine line between triumph and disaster. The sound of Svadilfari's hooves, thundering against the ground, rang out like thunder as he broke free of the reins and galloped off in pursuit of the mysterious mare. The giant builder roared with rage, his imprecations echoing through the valleys of Asgard, but not even his sheer strength could stop a horse determined to follow his instinct. Through ancient forests and verdant fields, the chase was on. Loki, in his equine form, discovered that there was something intoxicating about the speed, strength, and freedom of this form. The wind in his mane, the power in his muscles, the primitive connection with the earth beneath his hooves. Everything was new and surprisingly exciting. But as Svadilfari approached, a disturbing thought began to form in Loki's mind. His plan had been simply to distract the horse, to keep it away from the work on the walls long enough for the giant's deadline to expire. However, as he felt the presence of the mighty stallion drawing ever closer, Loki realized that perhaps he had underestimated the consequences of his transformation. The sun was beginning to rise over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. When Loki finally allowed Svadilfari to catch up with him in a distant clearing, what happened next would be something the god of mischief would never openly discuss. Although the consequences of his encounter with the stallion would soon become apparent to all 9 worlds. In the weeks that followed, while the giant builder failed to complete the walls without his precious horse, Loki remained absent from Asgard. Some claimed to have seen him wandering the distant countryside. Others swore that he had left for other realms. The truth, as was always the case with Loki, was more complex and surprising than anyone could have imagined. When Loki finally returned to Asgard, he was no longer the same. His walk, normally graceful and confident, seemed heavier, more cautious. The gods noticed the change in his countenance, but few dared to question his prolonged absence. Only Odin, with his ancient wisdom, watched his adopted son with a mixture of concern and curiosity. The giant builder had left in a rage after failing to meet the deadline, leaving the walls of Asgard unfinished, but still impressive. Thor boasted of having expelled the intruder with his mighty Mjolnir, while Freya, relieved that her fate had been changed, returned to her routine of charms and beauty. Life in Asgard seemed to be returning to normal, But for Loki, nothing would ever be normal again. The changes in his body, which had begun during his transformation into a mare, continued in a subtle but inexorable way. On silent nights, alone in his chambers, he felt life growing inside him, an unexpected consequence of his encounter with Svadilfari. "You carry a heavy burden," said Frigg one morning, meeting Loki in the gardens of Asgard. Odin's wife, known for her ability to see the future but rarely reveal it, looked with compassion at the god of mischief. But out of chaos sometimes comes the purest wonder. Loki didn't answer immediately, his hands unconsciously resting on his slightly enlarged belly. "Wonder or monstrosity, my queen? The 9 worlds already call me many names. What new epithets will I earn after this?" The months passed like mist over the mountains of Asgard. Loki gradually isolated himself, avoiding the great halls and the endless feasts of the gods. He found refuge in the depths of the ironwood forest, where the ancient trees held secrets even older than the gods themselves. It was there, among the rustling of leaves and the singing of eternal birds, that Loki began to accept his unique situation. His previous transformations had been temporary, games or strategies to achieve his goals. But this transformation was creating life. It was changing not only his form, but his very essence. On her solitary walks, she sometimes met the Norns, the weavers of fate, who seemed especially interested in her state. Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld wove their golden threads with enigmatic smiles, as if they knew exactly what role this unborn child would play in the future of the 9 worlds. "Fate has curious ways," murmured Urd one day, his ancient fingers gliding over the threads of time. "From your mischief, Loki, will be born a key to the future of Asgard." Verdandi, always focused on the present, added, "The pain of creation is universal, even for a god. But you will find that some pains bring with them the greatest blessings." Skuld, the youngest and most mysterious of the sisters, only smiled, her eyes fixed on a future that only she could see. As her pregnancy progressed, Loki discovered that her powers of transformation were temporarily limited. It was as if his body knew that any change now could affect the creature growing inside. This forced vulnerability made him more contemplative, more aware of the delicate web of consequences his actions wove. Odin visited him occasionally, bringing with him not judgment, but a silent understanding. The father of all knew well the price of knowledge and power. Hadn't he himself hung from the Yggdrasil tree for 9 days and nights, sacrificing an eye for wisdom? Perhaps, he thought, Loki's journey was another kind of sacrifice, another path to deep and transformative knowledge. "The paths of destiny are rarely straight," said Odin during one of these visits, sharing mead with Loki under the starry sky. "Sometimes it's in the most unexpected turns that we find our greatest gifts." Loki sipped his mead, his green eyes reflecting the stars above. "And sometimes, Father of men, our greatest mischief leads to our most serious moments." His voice carried a new depth, a wisdom born not of books or magic, but of the unique experience he was living. In the solitude of the forest, Loki began to dream of his unborn child, visions of a magnificent steed, faster than the wind and stronger than the storm, danced in his mind. 8 legs, he saw, moving in perfect harmony, a being unique in all 9 worlds, able to cross the borders between the realms as if they were mere curtains of mist. The changing seasons brought with them new transformations. Loki's belly grew, and with it, so did his powers, albeit in a different way. If before he had been a master at changing his own form, now he felt a deeper connection with the primordial forces of creation. It was as if, by generating life, he had touched something more fundamental than his usual illusion magics. As winter approached, the ironwood forest became quieter, covered in a white cloak that seemed to dampen even the footsteps of the gods. Loki, now in his last days of pregnancy, felt the moment approaching. The movements inside him were becoming more intense, as if his child was eager to get to know the 9 worlds. One morning, while the snow was gently falling, Loki felt the first contractions. The god of mischief, who had already faced giants and monsters without blinking an eye, discovered that this was a battle unlike any other. Frigg, who had foreseen this moment, appeared as if by magic at his side, bringing with him ancient spells of healing and comfort. Breathe, child of many forms, she whispered, her gentle hands guiding Loki through the waves of pain. Each birth is a story being written into the fabric of the universe. The hours dragged on like years. The sky went from dawn to dusk as Loki wrestled with the primordial forces of creation. The trees of ironwood seemed to bend towards the clearing where he stood, as if to witness the birth of this unique creature. Odin arrived silently, his ravens Hugin and Munin perched on nearby branches, their bright eyes watching intently. The father of all stood at a respectful distance, but his presence brought a sense of solemnity to the moment. When the little foal finally emerged into the world, it wasn't with a cry, but with a neigh that echoed through the 9 worlds. Its 8 legs, still shaky and insecure, were trying to find their balance in the fresh snow. His fur was the color of the darkest night, like his father Svadilfari's, but his eyes were green and bright like Loki's. Sleipnir, murmured Loki, watching his son try to stand up for the first time. The name came naturally, as if it had been waiting all this time to be pronounced. The colt, despite his extra legs, soon showed surprising grace. In a matter of hours, he was on his feet, his 8 legs moving in a harmony that defied common logic. There was something magical about his presence, as if he carried within him not only the strength of Svadilfari, but also all the cunning and magical power of Loki. Frigg smiled as he watched little Sleipnir take his first steps. He'll be more than just a horse, she prophesied. He will be the bridge between worlds, the steed that will carry the fate of Asgard on his back. In the days that followed, Loki remained in the forest with his son, watching in amazement as Sleipnir grew with surprising speed. The colt soon demonstrated extraordinary abilities. He could run faster than the wind, leap impossible distances, and, most impressively of all, his hooves seemed to find paths between worlds that not even the gods knew about. Odin visited often, his one eye shining with interest every time he observed young Sleipnir's exploits. The father of all recognized in the foal a being of unique power, a creature that could be fundamental to the future of Asgard. As winter began to give way to spring, Loki realized that her time as Sleipnir's mother was coming to an end. The foal was growing up, becoming more independent by the day. There was a greater destiny awaiting him, an important role to play in the plot of the Nine Worlds. One afternoon, while watching Sleipnir gallop through the trees, Loki felt Odin's presence at his side. "He's magnificent," said the father of all, his voice filled with admiration. "He is," agreed Loki, a mixture of pride and melancholy in his voice. "And he is ready for his true purpose." The unspoken words hung between them. Sleipnir was destined to be Odin's steed, the horse that would carry the king of the gods across the Nine Worlds. It was an honor, certainly, but it also meant that Loki would have to let him go. "You have created something extraordinary, Loki," said Odin softly. "From a mischief has come a wonder that will benefit all worlds." Loki watched his son, now almost fully grown, his 8 legs moving with the grace of an ancient dance. Sometimes, he reflected, our greatest creations come from our most unpredictable moments. Spring was advancing, bringing with it new beginnings. Sleipnir, now fully grown, was ready to take on his role as Odin's steed. His black coat shone with a supernatural luster, and his green eyes held that spark of intelligence inherited from Loki. On a clear morning, with the rising sun painting the sky pink and gold, Loki led Sleipnir into the great hall of Valaskjalf. The gods had gathered to witness the moment when the most extraordinary of horses would be officially presented as the mount of the father of all. As he walked beside his son for the last time as his mother, Loki reflected on how a simple strategy to save Asgard had resulted in something so profoundly transformative. Sleipnir wasn't just an 8-legged horse. He was a living symbol of how even the most improvised plans could generate unexpected wonders. Sleipnir's presentation ceremony took place with all the grandeur you would expect from an event in Asgard. The golden hall of Valaskjalf glowed with the light of 1,000 torches as the gods gathered in a circle to witness the moment when the extraordinary steed would be officially handed over to Odin. Loki stood beside his son, his hands occasionally touching Sleipnir's shiny black fur, memorizing every detail of the unique being he had given birth to. The young steed stood majestically, his 8 legs firmly planted on the golden ground, his green eyes intelligently observing every movement around him. Thor, who had initially scoffed at the whole situation, now watched Sleipnir with genuine admiration. The god of thunder had personally witnessed the horse's extraordinary abilities during preliminary training, watching him leap impossible distances and run faster than his own storms. "He is truly worthy to carry the father of all," declared Thor, his thunderous voice echoing through the hall. The other gods murmured in agreement, some still marveling at the way the 8 legs moved in perfect harmony. Odin descended from his golden throne, approaching Sleipnir with the dignity that only the king of the gods could display. His one eye shone with wisdom and anticipation as he examined his future mount. "You've outdone yourself, Loki," he said, his voice carrying a tone of approval rarely directed at the god of mischief. The moment of transfer was approaching. Frigg, always attentive to the subtlest details, had prepared a set of reins, specially woven with gold and silver threads, enchanted to withstand the journeys between worlds that Sleipnir would be able to make. The reins glowed with ancient runes, symbols of protection and power woven into their design. As Loki helped put the reins on Sleipnir, memories of the months spent in the Ironwood forest flooded his mind. He remembered his son's first insecure steps, the nights under the stars watching him grow, the moments of discovery when Sleipnir began to manifest his unique powers. "You will be great," Loki whispered to his son, his words only for Sleipnir's ears. "But never forget who you are, not only Odin's steed, but also Loki's son." The young horse responded with a soft neigh, his green eyes meeting his mother's in a moment of mutual understanding. There was an ancient wisdom in that look, an awareness that went beyond what one would expect from a simple animal. Odin approached to mount, and everyone present held their breath. This would be the first real test, the moment when it would be confirmed whether Sleipnir would fully accept his role as the mount of the father of all. The steed stood perfectly still as Odin climbed on its back, its 8 legs as firm as pillars of Yggdrasil. The moment Odin grabbed the reins, something magical happened. A golden aura enveloped horse and rider, as if the 9 worlds themselves recognized the importance of that union. Sleipnir emitted a powerful neigh that echoed through the hall, making the very walls of Valaskjalf vibrate with its force. With a gentle command from Odin, Sleipnir began to move, his 8 legs coordinated in a hypnotic dance, each step emanating power and grace. The gods made way, forming a corridor that led to the great doors of the hall, through which Odin and Sleipnir's first official ride would take place. Loki watched with a mixture of pride and melancholy as his son carried the king of the gods out of the hall. The sound of Sleipnir's hooves against the golden soil of Asgard created a unique music, a rhythm that seemed to connect all 9 worlds. Outside the hall, Sleipnir truly demonstrated his capabilities. At Odin's command, he galloped across the fields of Asgard with a speed that left trails of light in his wake. His leaps crossed impossible distances, and when he ran, it seemed as if his hooves barely touched the ground. The gods came out to watch the demonstration, amazed at the spectacle. Thor, in particular, applauded enthusiastically every time Sleipnir performed a particularly impressive feat. Even Heimdall, the ever-serious guardian of the Bifrost Bridge, watched in awe as the steed demonstrated its ability to find paths between worlds. As the day progressed, Loki remained silent, watching his son assume his destiny. Each display of power, each majestic leap, was both a source of pride and a reminder that this was goodbye. Sleipnir was no longer her little foal in the Ironwood forest. He was now Odin's glorious steed, a living legend among the 9 worlds. Freya, who had been indirectly responsible for all this history by being offered as a prize to the giant builder, approached Loki. "Sometimes," she said softly, "our greatest gifts are born out of our most difficult moments. You have given Asgard a priceless gift." Loki, the god of mischief, nodded slightly, his eyes never leaving the figure of Sleipnir, who was now galloping across Asgard's golden horizon. "A gift born of mischief," he replied, a slight smile playing on his lips. Perhaps it's fitting that my greatest creation came from one of my most improvised strategies. As the sun began to set over Asgard, painting the sky with impossible colors, Odin finally guided Sleipnir back to the great hall. The steed, even after hours of extraordinary demonstrations, remained majestic and strong, his green eyes shining as brightly as ever. That evening, a great banquet was held in Valaskjalf to celebrate the union between Odin and Sleipnir. The golden tables were laden with delicacies from all 9 worlds, and the mead flowed abundantly as the gods celebrated. For Sleipnir, a special stable had been prepared, worthy of his unique position in Asgard, with walls decorated with runes of protection and comfort. Loki watched the celebrations with a pensive countenance, recalling his journey since that first moment when he had transformed himself into a mare to distract Svadilfari. How different he was now, no longer just the god of mischief, but someone who had experienced the profound transformation that comes with creating a new life. During the feast, stories about Sleipnir were already beginning to spread. The bards sang about his exploits of the day, about how his 8 legs created magical patterns in the air as he ran, about how his green eyes seemed to contain the wisdom of the 9 worlds. Some swore that they had seen him create bridges of light between the realms. Others said that his neighing could be heard even in Helheim. Stories grow fast in Asgard, commented Bragi, god of poetry, approaching Loki with 2 cups of mead. But in this case, I suspect that reality trumps any story we can create. Loki accepted the offered cup, his green eyes, so similar to Sleipnir's, reflecting the flames of the torches. The truth is rarely as simple as the stories we tell about it, he replied, his voice carrying a new depth. In the days that followed, Sleipnir began his formal training with Odin. The father of all discovered that his new steed was not only extraordinarily powerful, but also incredibly intelligent. Sleipnir seemed to grasp complex instructions with ease, and often demonstrated an understanding that went beyond what would be expected of even the most exceptional of horses. Loki occasionally watched them train, keeping a respectful distance as his son learned to navigate between worlds with Odin. It was fascinating to see how Sleipnir could find invisible paths through the fabric of reality, his 8 legs weaving complex patterns that opened up passages between the realms. He inherited your intelligence, Odin once commented after a particularly impressive training session, and his ability to see beyond appearances. During these training sessions, it became clear that Sleipnir wasn't just a means of transportation for Odin. He was a partner, a silent advisor who instinctively understood the ways of power and wisdom. Together, they explored the secrets of the 9 worlds, discovering ancient passages and long-forgotten knowledge. The Norns, on their occasional visits to Asgard, always stopped to observe Sleipnir with special interest. He is a weaver of paths, said Urd one day, her ancient hands stroking the steed's black fur. As we weave fate, he weaves passages between worlds. As time passed, stories about Sleipnir began to spread beyond Asgard. The inhabitants of Midgard told tales of a fantastic 8-legged horse that carried the father of all through the storms. In Alfheim, the elves composed songs about his speed and grace, Even the giants of Jotunheim spoke with respect about Loki's son, who had become the noblest of mounts. For Loki, seeing his son grow in importance and power brought a peculiar kind of satisfaction. It wasn't the boastful pride he used to feel after a successful prank, but something deeper and more meaningful. It was the understanding that, through Sleipnir, he had contributed to something greater than himself. In his solitary reflections, Loki often thought about how his attempt to trick a giant builder had resulted in one of Asgard's greatest blessings. It was an irony that didn't go unnoticed by the god of mischief. How his plans, even when they didn't go exactly to plan, seemed to weave a larger, more meaningful pattern. As the seasons changed and the years passed, Sleipnir continued to surprise everyone with his abilities. He carried Odin through battles and adventures, his 8 legs moving with the precision of a cosmic clock. In times of peace, he could be seen grazing in the golden fields of Asgard, his majestic presence a constant reminder of the extraordinary power that could arise from the most unexpected circumstances. And so the story of how one of Loki's most cunning pranks resulted in the creation of one of the greatest wonders of the 9 worlds became part of the fabric of Norse legends. Sleipnir, the magnificent 8-legged steed, remained a living symbol of how even the most improvised plans could generate lasting wonders. For Loki, who continued his mischief and adventures across the 9 worlds, Sleipnir was a constant reminder that true magic lay not just in transformations and illusions, but in the ability to create something genuinely extraordinary, even through the most unusual means. In his son, he had found not only a source of pride, but living proof that even the god of mischief could be an instrument of wonder. And in the golden halls of Asgard, when the stories were told and the sagas retold, the legend of Sleipnir shone out as one of the most extraordinary, not just for the uniqueness of its origin or the power of its exploits, but for the way it demonstrated that the most unlikely circumstances could give rise to the most enduring wonders of the 9 worlds. In a small town in the countryside, where the stories of Brazilian folklore still echoed through the corridors of the old houses and the dirt roads, lived Sophia, a 12-year-old girl known for her insatiable curiosity and her peculiar hobby of collecting lost objects. Her grandmother, Dona Benedita, a gray-haired lady with a warm smile, always told her that those objects weren't really lost. They were Sasi's pranks. Sophia lived with her grandmother in a yellow house on the side of a dirt road that meandered through the forest. The yard was a veritable paradise, full of fruit trees, cackling chickens, and an old horse called Ventania, which had belonged to her late grandfather. Every morning, the girl woke up early to brush the animal's mane, which mysteriously dawned with several small, tight braids. "It's him again, Grandma," exclaimed Sophia, trying to undo the knots while Ventania neighed nervously. Satsi passed by. Donna Benedita just smiled, shaking her head as she prepared breakfast in the tiled kitchen. "That little bugger never lets up," she replied, neither confirming nor denying the existence of the mischievous creature. At school, Sophia was considered different by her classmates. While the other children dreamed of smartphones and video games, she carried an old wooden box where she kept her lost treasures. Colorful buttons, faded ribbons, small keys without locks, and even a rusty pocket watch she had found on the way to school. Miguel, his best friend and neighbor, was the only one who shared his fascination with folk tales. Together, they spent hours investigating the mysteries surrounding the region, especially after strange events began to intensify in the city. It all started when important objects began to mysteriously disappear. First, it was Professor Rita's wedding ring, then the keys to So Jose's grocery store, and even the church bell disappeared for a few hours, inexplicably reappearing at the top of a mango tree. The townspeople began to get restless. Some blamed the children, others suspected thieves. But Sophia and Miguel were sure it was Sassy's doing. At night, when the wind blew stronger through the trees, they could swear they heard mischievous laughter, and the smell of pipe smoke hung in the air. One day, after another morning of undoing the braids in Ventania's mane, Sophia discovered something different among her treasures. A small fragment of red fabric, glowing like hot coals, which seemed to give off a heat of its own. "Grandma," she shouted, running into the house. "Look what I found." Donna Benedita adjusted her glasses and examined the piece of cloth with unusual interest. Her eyes sparkled in a way that Sophia had never seen before. "My granddaughter," she said in a soft voice, "this isn't just any cloth. It seems to be a piece of Satsy's cap." The revelation made Sophia's eyes widen. According to the legends her grandmother used to tell, the red cap was the source of Satsy's powers. Without it, the creature would lose most of its magic. "But how did it get here?" she asked, fascinated. "Satsy must be getting careless," replied Donna Benedita, with a mysterious smile. "Or maybe he wants to be found." That same night, while Sophia was trying to sleep, she heard a peculiar whistle coming from the backyard. It was a melody that seemed to dance with the wind, alternating between happy and melancholy notes. Through her bedroom window, she saw a figure jumping between the trees, leaving a trail of pipe smoke in the air. Sophia's heart beat faster. Years of listening to her grandmother's stories hadn't prepared her for this moment. There he was, Sassy in the flesh, hopping around on his one leg, with his pipe lit, and without his full red cap. Miguel, who was sleeping next door, had also seen something. The next morning, on the way to school, he was agitated. "Sophia, you won't believe it. Last night, all the pans from the kitchen appeared on the roof of my house." Sophia showed her friend the piece of red fabric, and together they began to draw up a plan. If they could find Sassy and return the piece of the hat, perhaps they could make a deal with him. After all, in Donna Benedita's stories, Sassy could be a great friend when treated with respect. But there was something else going on in town. The mischief was different, more frequent, and some of it even harmful. Important crops began to be destroyed, animals ran away from the pastures without explanation, and a climate of tension hung in the air. "There's something wrong," said Sophia to Miguel as they watched yet another mess in the central square, where all the flowers in the garden had been uprooted and replanted upside down. "The Sachi we know from the stories wouldn't harm the plants. He's mischievous, but not evil." It was then that Donna Benedita revealed a secret she had been keeping for a long time. Sitting with Sophia and Miguel on the veranda as the sun set over the horizon, she began, "There is more than one Satsi in our forests. Children, And not all of them are just playful. Sophia squeezed the fragment of the red cap in her hand, feeling its mysterious warmth. She didn't know it yet, but she was about to embark on an adventure that would forever change her outlook on the legends she loved so much, on friendship, and on the true meaning of courage. Donna Benedita's revelation about the existence of more than one Sachi left Sophia and Miguel stunned. The lady, sensing the children's curiosity, settled down in the rocking chair and continued her explanation as dusk tinted the sky orange. A long time ago, there was a balance in the forest. The Satsis were guardians of nature, each responsible for a different area. Some looked after the plants, others the animals, and there were those who protected travelers, even if it was through their mischief, explained Donna Benedita, her eyes reflecting distant memories. But what happened to this balance, Grandma? Asked Sophia, holding the piece of red cap tightly. People started destroying the forest, building more and more, and the Sachis lost their space. Some became bitter, others kept their playful nature. But there is one in particular, known as Sachi Tenebroso, who has become truly evil. Miguel swallowed. Is he the one destroying the crops? Probably, replied Donna Benedita. And, from what I can see, he must have done something to the Sachi that used to protect our region. That piece of hat you found, Sophia, belongs to our guardian Sachi. The pieces of the puzzle began to fit together in the children's minds. The heavier pranks, the destruction of the crops, it all made sense now. It wasn't their familiar Sachi, but this other one, the dark one, who was causing trouble. The next morning, Sophia and Miguel decided to investigate further. They started at the spot where Sophia had found the piece of the red cap near Ventania's stable. The horse seemed more agitated than usual, neighing nervously as the children approached. Look at that, exclaimed Miguel, pointing to some marks on the ground. They were small, single-legged footprints, forming a path that led towards the denser forest. Sophia took out of her backpack a small compass she had found in her collections. Let's follow these footprints, she said, determined. But first, we need to get ready. The children returned home and filled their backpacks with items they considered essential: a flashlight, water, cookies, and a small bottle of milk, which, according to Donna Benedita's stories, the Sachis loved. Before setting off, Sophia tied the piece of the red cap around her wrist like a bracelet. She immediately felt a comforting warmth spread through her arm. Miguel watched in fascination as the bracelet seemed to glow slightly. Following the footprints, they entered the woods. The path became increasingly difficult, with low branches and vines blocking the way. The air was heavy with the smell of wet earth and decaying leaves. Suddenly, they heard the sound of branches breaking. Hiding behind a large tree, they saw a dark figure leaping out of the shadows. It wasn't the Satsi they knew. This one had a gloomy aura, and his cap, instead of bright red, was a dark red, almost black. It's the dark one, Sophia whispered, feeling the piece of hat on her wrist get even hotter. The dark sack stopped in a nearby clearing, letting out a laugh that made the hairs on the back of the children's necks stand on end. He was holding something in his hands. It looked like another red cap, but this one was torn and dirty. I know you're there, you little busybodies. His voice was hoarse and threatening. Have you come to look for your little friend Sassy? He's temporarily unwell. Sophia felt an inexplicable courage rise within her. The fragment of the cap on her wrist pulsed as if it had a life of its own. She took a step forward, ignoring Miguel, who was trying to hold her back. What did you do to him? Asked Sophia, her voice firmer than she had expected. The Dark One spun around on his one leg, staring at her with eyes that glowed like coals. Well, well, what have we here? A little heroine. He took a long drag from his pipe, releasing a dark, dense smoke. Your friend Sassi was in my way. These lands are now mine to do with as I please. Miguel joined Sophia, holding his friend's hand. These lands are not yours. You're destroying everything. Destroying? The dark sack laughed again. I'm just paying back what the humans did to us. They destroyed our forests, polluted our rivers. Why should we protect them? Sophia noticed that the fragment of the cap on her wrist was getting hotter and hotter. On impulse, she lifted it into the air. The piece of fabric began to glow brightly, illuminating the entire clearing with a red light. The Dark One stepped back, covering his eyes. Where did you get that? He growled, his voice a mixture of anger and concern. Before Sophia could answer, a whirlwind of leaves began to form around her. The wind blew stronger, bringing with it the familiar smell of pipe smoke, but not the dark smoke of the Dark One, but the pleasant aroma she knew so well. The children heard a cheerful, mischievous laugh echoing through the woods. It was different from the evil laughter of the Dark One. This one was full of life and fun. The fragment of the cap on his wrist glowed even brighter, as if responding to a call. Looks like we found more than we were looking for, said Sophia to Miguel, as they both watched in amazement at the events around them. The adventure had only just begun, and they knew they would need all their courage and cunning to help their friend Sassy and restore balance to the forest. The joyful laughter materialized into a colorful whirlwind, revealing the guardian Satsi that Sophia and Miguel had been looking for. Unlike the dark Satsi, he had a warm smile and bright eyes, although he looked weaker and more tired than usual. His cap was incomplete, perfectly matching the fragment that Sophia carried on her wrist. I thought I'd never find this piece, exclaimed the guardian Sachi, hopping around on his one leg. You're very brave to have come all this way, little ones. The Dark One growled, his dark smoke forming ominous shadows all around. You shouldn't have recovered so quickly, he said, advancing menacingly. Sophia, realizing the importance of the moment, quickly untied the fragment of the cap from her wrist. This is what you need, isn't it? She asked the Sachi guardian, holding out the piece of red fabric. Exactly, he replied, his eyes shining with hope. With it, I can regain my powers completely. Miguel watched the dark Sachi attentively as he looked more and more furious. Sophia, watch out, he shouted as the shadowy creature advanced towards his friend. But before the dark sack could reach her, Sophia threw the fragment of the hat at the guardian Sachi. The piece of fabric flew through the air as if it had a life of its own, shining brightly. When it touched the damaged cap, an intense red light enveloped the entire clearing. The Sachi guardian began to spin on its own axis, creating a small whirlpool of leaves and light. His cap, now complete again, glowed with magical energy. Ah, how good it is to be back, he exclaimed, letting out his characteristic, cheerful laugh. The Dark One took a few steps back, but maintained his threatening posture. You may have recovered your powers, but you're not alone in this fight, he said, whistling sharply. From the shadows of the forest, other Sassis began to emerge. They were different from the Guardian and the Dark One. Some looked confused, others frightened, and there were those who showed clear hostility. Look, cried the Dark One, these are our brothers who have also suffered from the destruction of our home. Why should we continue to protect those who despise us? Sophia stepped forward, feeling a courage she didn't know she possessed. Not all humans are like that, she said, her voice firm. My grandmother always kept the stories about you alive. She taught us to respect nature and its creatures. Miguel joined his friend. It's true, and we're not the only ones. There are many people in the city who still believe in you and try to protect the forest. The guardian Sachi smiled, leaning on his pipe. The children are right, he said, addressing the other Satsis. Our mission has always been to maintain the balance. Yes, many humans have destroyed our forests, but others are fighting to preserve them. We must help those who still believe in us. His words seemed to touch some of the Satsis, who began to approach him from the shadows. The dark Satsi realized that he was losing his allies. Fools, he shouted, have you forgotten how we were treated? How they turned us into mere stories to scare children? No, replied the guardian Sachi. We haven't forgotten, but we haven't forgotten who we really are either. We are guardians, protectors. Our pranks have always had a higher purpose, to teach respect and humility. Sophia remembered her grandmother's stories. It's like Donna Benedita always says, not all mischief is evil. Sometimes we need a bit of confusion to learn something important. One of the Sachis, who was with Tenebroso, giggled. The girl speaks like a true connoisseur of our stories, he said, jumping to the guardian's side. One by one, the other Satsis began to do the same, leaving the dark sack increasingly isolated. His dark smoke began to thin, and his dark red cap seemed to lose some of its gloomy shine. It's not over, he growled, before disappearing in a swirl of black smoke. The guardian Sachi sighed. He's right about one thing. It's not over. But now we're united again, and with the help of friends like you, we can protect what's left of our forests. Sophia and Miguel exchanged looks of satisfaction. They had not only found their friend Satsi, but had also helped to bring together the guardians of the forest. What happens now? Asked Miguel, observing the various Sasis who now filled the clearing with their laughter and joyful antics. Now, replied the guardian Sachi, we need to restore the balance, and for that, we'll need the help of more people who still believe in us. Sophia immediately thought of her grandmother. Donna Benedita will be so happy to know that she was right all along. The guardian Sachi gave her a mischievous wink. Your grandmother always knew more than she seemed to, little Sophia. In fact, she's been a great ally of ours for a long time. The children's eyes widened at the revelation. There was much more to discover about Donna Benedita and her connection with the Sachis. But one thing was certain. The adventure was far from over, and new challenges awaited them on the way home. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, as Sophia and Miguel followed the guardian Satsi back to town, accompanied by a joyful procession of bouncing satsis. The air was full of mischievous laughter and pipe smoke, but now it was a pleasant smoke that carried promises of better days and many adventures ahead. On the way home, Sophia and Miguel could hardly contain their excitement at their discoveries. The guardian Satsi and his companions accompanied them, invisible to the eyes of the townspeople. But their presence was felt through the little antics they got up to along the way. Leaves dancing in the wind, distant laughter, and the familiar scent of pipe smoke. When they arrived at their grandmother's house, they found Donna Benedita on the porch, as if she had been waiting for them. Her serene smile revealed that she knew much more than she seemed to. "I see you've made new friends," she said, looking directly at the Satsis that only children could see. "Benedita," exclaimed the guardian Sachi, making himself visible and bowing comically. "How long, my old friend?" Sophia and Miguel were stunned. "Grandma, can you see them?" asked Sophia, still processing the situation. "Of course, my dear," replied Donna Benedita, getting up from her rocking chair. "In fact, it's high time I told you the whole truth." She led everyone into the house, including the Sachis, who floated happily around the room. Donna Benedita went to an old chest that had always remained locked, the same one that Sophia had tried to open several times when she was a child, driven by her natural curiosity. "This chest," she explained, reaching for a key hanging around her neck, "holds memories of a time when humans and magical beings lived in greater harmony." As she opened the chest, a golden glow emanated from within. Inside were several fascinating objects: an old leather-bound diary, yellowed photographs, small vials of colored substances, and, to everyone's surprise, a red cap very similar to that of the Satsis. "Grandma, did you?" Sophia started to ask, but found herself at a loss for words. "Yes, my dear. For many years I was a human guardian, a bridge between our world and the magical world," Donna Benedita revealed, stroking the red cap affectionately. "Your grandfather was also a guardian. Together, we protected the forest and kept the traditions alive." The guardian Sachi added, "Benedita and João were fundamental in keeping our existence a secret during the most difficult times, when modernization threatened to completely erase our presence." Miguel, who was watching everything with fascination, picked up one of the old photographs. It showed a group of people around a campfire, and if you looked closely, you could make out some shadowy shapes that looked like Satsis. "Were there more human guardians?" he asked. "Many," replied Donna Benedita. "We formed a protection network. Each region had its own guardians, who worked together with the local magical beings. But over time, people lost their connection with the magical world, and our numbers dwindled." Sophia leafed through the diary found in the trunk, discovering detailed records about the Sasis, their characteristics, their powers, and most importantly, the ancient alliances between humans and magical beings. "Is that why the dark sack became so bitter?" she asked. "Because humans have forgotten those alliances." "Partly," replied the guardian Sachi, taking a thoughtful puff from his pipe. "But the truth is more complex. The Dark One was one of the most powerful among us, and also one of the most attached to humans. When they started destroying the forests and denying our existence, he suffered the most." Donna Benedita agreed with a sad nod. The pain turned him into something he wasn't. But there is still hope. But there is still hope. If we can gather new human guardians and re-establish the old alliances, perhaps we can bring him back to the right path. We want to be guardians, exclaimed Sophia and Miguel in unison. The guardian Satsi laughed, his laughter echoing through the room like joyful bells. You already are, children. Today you proved it by helping us in the forest. But being a guardian takes more than courage. It takes commitment, wisdom, and above all, a heart open to the magic of the world. Donna Benedita opened a small wooden box at the bottom of her trunk. Inside were two small pendants in the shape of a red cap. These amulets belonged to other young guardians in the past. Now, it's time to pass them on. As he placed the pendants around the children's necks, a sensation of warmth and energy ran through their bodies. It was as if a new awareness was awakening within them. They could feel the presence of magic around them more intensely. What do we do now? Asked Miguel, still admiring his pendant. Now, said Donna Benedita, we begin the real work. We need to find others who still believe, rekindle the flame of magic in people's hearts, and, above all, protect what's left of our forests. The guardian Sati agreed, his expression more serious than usual. And we need to prepare ourselves. The Dark One hasn't given up, and I'm sure he's planning something big. As if to confirm his words, a cold, unnatural wind blew through the house, rattling the windows. In the distance, thunder reverberated, even though the sky was still clear. He's gathering his strength, murmured Donna Benedita, her worried gaze turned towards the forest. And he's not alone. There are other creatures of darkness who would like to see the magical world remain in the shadows. Sophia clutched her pendant with determination. Then we also need to gather our strength. There must be more people in the city who still believe, even if they don't know it. Later that night, Sophia, Miguel, and Donna Benedita began to draw up their plans. The Sassis spread out around the town, observing discreetly and identifying possible allies. The guardian Sachi remained nearby, guiding the children through their first steps as guardians. Everyone has a spark of magic inside them, explained Donna Benedita, as she taught the children how to use their new amulets. Our job is to help them rediscover that connection. The next morning, on their way to school, Sophia and Miguel began to notice things that had previously gone unnoticed. Through their amulets, they could see little signs of magic everywhere. Flowers that glowed softly at dawn, birds that seemed to carry messages in their songs, and mysterious footprints that appeared and disappeared. At school, Rita, who had lost her wedding ring the day before, was especially receptive to the magic, even without realizing it. When a hummingbird flew in through the classroom window and hovered in front of her for a few moments, her eyes lit up in a special way. She has potential, whispered the guardian Satsi, invisible to everyone except Sophia and Miguel. Look at how the plants in her classroom are more lush than the others. During the break, the children began to tell their classmates stories about Brazilian folklore. To their surprise, many were interested, sharing their own experiences of unexplained events. My grandmother always says there's a curupira protecting the forest near her house, commented Julia, a classmate. And my uncle swears he saw a boitata once, added Pedro, another student. Sophia and Miguel exchanged meaningful glances. The seed of belief was still alive. It just needed to be nurtured. However, their mission was interrupted by a disturbing event. The previously clear sky suddenly darkened. A dense, dark cloud, charged with supernatural energy, began to form over the city. The Dark One was putting his plan into action. He's summoning creatures from the shadows, explained Donna Benedita as the children ran into her house after school. Beings who, like him, have been corrupted by bitterness and forgetfulness. From the center of the dark cloud, sinister shapes began to emerge. Corrupted boitatas, their fiery bodies now black as coal. Shadowy curupiras, with glowing red eyes, and other beings from Brazilian legends, all transformed by the evil influence of the dark Satsi Tenebroso. The time has come, said Sophia, her amulet glowing brightly. We need to gather everyone who still believes. Miguel agreed, his own amulet pulsing in tune. But how are we going to do that? Just then, Ventania, Sophia's old horse, neighed loudly in the yard. The animal had always had a special connection with the magical world, as evidenced by the braids in its mane. Now, this connection could be its greatest advantage. The animals, exclaimed Donna Benedita. They have always maintained their connection with magic. They can help us awaken people's belief. The guardian Satsi smiled, his mischievous expression returning. And don't forget, we have our own mischief to use against the forces of darkness. Quickly, a plan was hatched. While the dark Sati tried to frighten people with dark manifestations, they would respond with demonstrations of joyful, beneficial magic. The allied Satis spread throughout the city, making flowers sprout instantly, creating rainbows in the middle of a storm and filling the air with magical music. Sophia and Miguel, riding Ventania, galloped through the streets, their amulets shining like beacons of hope. People began to come out of their homes, amazed by the spectacle. Teacher Rita was one of the first to really see the magic, her eyes opening to a world that had always existed around her. Soon others followed. So Jose from the grocery store, the priest from the church, and more locals. The dark sacred one, realizing that he was losing strength, decided to make his final move. He descended from the heavens in a whirlwind of darkness, directly confronting Sophia, Miguel, and the guardian Satsi. You don't understand, he shouted. The humans are going to betray you again. They're going to destroy everything once again. You're wrong, replied Sophia, her amulet glowing brighter than ever. People can change. They can learn, and we guardians are here to help them remember the importance of magic and nature. The final showdown was less a battle and more a demonstration of the power of love and belief. Each person who regained their faith in magic was like a blow to the power of darkness. The corrupted beings, one by one, began to return to their original form. Finally, the dark sack himself felt the transformation. His dark red cap began to lighten, and the bitterness in his eyes was replaced by tears of understanding. Forgive me, he whispered, as the darkness dissipated from his being. I had forgotten the true meaning of being a guardian. With the victory of light over darkness, a new era began for the small town. People not only believed in the legends again, but became active protectors of nature and magical traditions. Donna Benedita, proudly watching her young apprentices, knew that the future of magic was in good hands. Sophia and Miguel had proved themselves worthy successors to the ancient line of guardians, and more importantly, they had shown that the power of belief and friendship can overcome any darkness. And so, as the sun set on that memorable day, the sound of mischievous laughter echoed through the town, reminding everyone that magic, after all, had never really left. It was just waiting to be rediscovered by pure hearts and brave souls. The guardian Satsi, reunited with his now restored brothers, including the repentant former Dark One, continued his antics, but now with an even more noble purpose: to keep the flame of magic alive in the hearts of every person willing to believe. And what about Sophia and Miguel? Well, their adventures as guardians had only just begun, but that's a story for another day. The sun was setting on the horizon, painting the skies of ancient China with shades of red and gold reminiscent of the flames that almost consumed the world. Hu Yi, the most skilled archer in the celestial realm, watched the only remaining sun complete its daily journey, remembering the events that changed the fate of humanity forever. His fingers instinctively caressed the familiar texture of his bow, while his thoughts wandered to the days when 10 blazing suns threatened to turn the earth into a lifeless desert. In their modest mountain home, his wife Chang'e was preparing afternoon tea, her movements as graceful as the dance of cherry blossoms in the wind. The soft scent of jasmine filled the room, mingling with the breeze coming through the rice paper windows. It was hard to believe that just a few months earlier, that same air was so hot that it burned the lungs of anyone who dared to breathe it. Still thinking about that day? Chang'e asked softly, approaching with 2 cups of tea in her hands. Her dark eyes reflected the concern she felt for her husband, who carried the weight of his actions like an invisible cloak over his shoulders. Hu Yi nodded, accepting the cup she offered him. How could I not think? 9 heavenly brothers, 9 divine lives that I had to extinguish to save countless others. Her voice trembled slightly, revealing the depth of her anguish. The couple remained in contemplative silence, watching the first stars appear in the twilight sky. In a small carved wooden chest, carefully stored in their bedroom, lay the reward Hu Yi had received from the celestial empress, the elixir of immortality, a gift that, although valuable, weighed on their consciences like a cursed precious stone. In the days following the great hunt of the suns, rumors began to spread about the existence of the elixir. Whispers in the village streets, covetous glances from strangers who passed their house, shadows that seemed to follow them when they went to the market. The threat was silent, but it grew like weeds after the rain. Chang'e watched her husband with growing concern. Every day, new stories reached her ears about bandits and warlords planning to steal the elixir. Some said that entire armies were mobilizing, waiting for the right moment to strike. The peace they had longed for after saving the world seemed more and more distant. One night, while Hu Yi slept, Chang'e was startled awake by a noise coming from the garden. Through the silver moonlight, she saw shadows sneaking between the trees. Her heart raced as she realized that her fears were coming true. Quietly, she got up and went to the chest where the elixir was kept. Her hands trembled as she held the delicate bottle containing the golden liquid. Years of love and dedication to her husband weighed heavily on her heart against the responsibility she felt to protect something so powerful. The voices of the invaders approaching the house echoed in her ears like a dark omen. In a moment of crystal clarity, Chang'e understood what she needed to do. With silent tears streaming down her face, she woke Hoyi with a gentle touch. "My love," she whispered, "forgive me for what I'm about to do. It's the only way to keep the elixir out of the wrong hands." Before Hoyi could react, Chang'e brought the bottle to her lips and drank its contents in a single gulp. Immediately, an ethereal light began to emanate from her body, and she felt lighter than air. Hui, now fully awake, stretched out his arms to reach her, but his fingers only passed through the luminous form of his beloved. "Chang'e," he shouted, his voice filled with despair and disbelief. The invaders, alerted by the shout, burst through the door, only to witness the moment when Chang'e began to float towards the night sky. As she ascended, Chang'e kept her eyes fixed on her husband's, trying to memorize every detail of his beloved face. The wind whispered old songs of love and loss in her ears as the distance between them grew inexorably. The moon, big and bright in the sky, seemed to be calling her, offering a refuge for her lonely eternity. The bandits, realizing they had arrived too late, fled into the night, leaving Hui alone with his pain. He remained in the garden until dawn, his bow forgotten at his side, watching the moon where his beloved would now dwell forever. On the horizon, the single sun he had spared began its daily journey, a constant reminder of the price they had both paid for the good of humanity. On the moon, Chang'e found an unexpected companion, a jade rabbit, eternally busy preparing the elixir of immortality in its celestial pestle. The rhythmic sound of his work became the music that filled his lonely nights as he watched the earth spinning below, so close and yet eternally out of reach. Thus began the legend of Chang'e, the Lady of the Moon, whose sacrifice for the greater good eternally separated her from her beloved Huyi. Her story would become an eternal reminder that sometimes the truest love manifests itself not in unity, but in the sacrifice necessary to protect those we love and the world we share. The weeks after Chang'e's ascent to the moon were a blur of pain and regret for Hoyi. The silence in her home was deafening, every corner still echoing with memories of her beloved. The teacups she used to prepare remained untouched, covered in a fine layer of dust, as he didn't have the heart to move them from where she had last left them. During the day, Huyi wandered through the fields and mountains he had once traversed, with his bow, hunting and protecting the nearby villages. Now, the instrument that had made him famous rarely left its corner on the wall. His hands, once firm and precise, trembled slightly when he touched the bowstring, as if the object itself shared his sadness. The villagers, who had once revered him as a hero, now watched him with a mixture of pity and silent respect. Some of the elders left offerings on his doorstep: bowls of rice, fresh fruit, jasmine tea. But Huyi barely touched the food. His appetite, like his will to live, seemed to have risen to the moon, along with Chang'e. One night, while gazing at the full moon from his garden, Huyi noticed a familiar figure approaching. It was the old sage of the mountain, an old man who had long served as a counselor and healer for the inhabitants of the region. His eyes, although clouded by age, still shone with an ancient wisdom. Grief can be a treacherous companion, young archer, said the old man, taking a seat next to Ho Yi. It promises comfort in the familiar presence of pain, but ends up imprisoning us in a cage of our own construction. Hu Yi turned his gaze to the old man, his words touching something deep in his broken heart. How can I move on when every breath reminds me of her, when every glance at the night sky shows me what I've lost? The wise old man smiled gently, his wrinkled fingers tracing patterns in the damp earth. Your wife didn't choose her fate out of whim or cowardice. She made a sacrifice not only for the greater good, but also for you. Honoring her memory means living the life she protected with such love. The elder's words pierced the fog of sadness that enveloped Ho Yi. For the first time since Chang'e's departure, he began to consider his own role in the story that was still being written. His beloved had become an eternal guardian, protecting the elixir of immortality from the wrong hands. Shouldn't he also find a purpose that honored his sacrifice? In the days that followed, Huyi slowly began to emerge from his cocoon of sadness. He returned to practicing with his bow, although each arrow he shot still carried the weight of his memories. He began teaching young archers in the village, sharing not only his skills with the bow, but also the lessons of honor, sacrifice, and love that his story with Chang'e had taught him. In the evenings, when the moon shone brightest, Hoyi would sit in his garden and talk to Chang'e, telling him about his day, about his students' progress, about the small changes in the village. Sometimes, when the night breeze blew gently, he could swear he heard her laughter on the wind or felt the soft touch of her hand on his face. The jade rabbit, Chang'e's faithful companion on the moon, watched these nocturnal conversations as he continued his eternal work of preparing the elixir. The rhythmic sound of his celestial pestle became a kind of background music for the words of love and longing that Huyi sent to the heavens. One day, while training a particularly promising group of young archers, Huyi noticed something different in the air. A heavenly messenger, shining with a light of its own, descended from the heavens, bringing news of the heavenly empress. Silence fell over the training ground as everyone watched the ethereal figure approach. Hu Yi, the great archer, announced the messenger, his voice resounding like crystal bells. The heavenly empress has observed your pain and your strength. She has seen how you have honored your beloved's sacrifice and how you continue to serve humanity despite your loss. Hu Yi's heart raced, a mixture of hope and apprehension growing in his chest. The messenger continued, in recognition of your nobility and Chang'e's sacrifice, the Empress has decreed that once a year, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, you may visit your beloved on the moon. The news spread quickly through the village and beyond. People began to prepare for what would become one of the most beautiful celebrations in Chinese culture. Lanterns were hung Mooncakes were prepared, and stories about the eternal love between Houyi and Chang'e began to be told in every home. As the date of the festival drew closer, Houyi felt his heart lighter than it had been in months. The prospect of seeing Chang'e again, even for a brief moment, gave new meaning to each day. He began to look at the moon with new eyes, no longer just as a symbol of his loss, but as a reminder of the strength of true love and the power of sacrifice for the greater good. The arrival of the Mid-Autumn Festival transformed the landscape of ancient China. Everywhere, red lanterns decorated the streets and houses, their lights dancing like little earthly stars. The air carried the sweet scent of mooncakes, prepared with dedication by families celebrating the promise of reunion between lovers separated by fate. Houyi watched the preparations with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. His students, realizing the importance of the moment, had offered to help with the rituals necessary for his temporary ascension. The old sage of the mountain supervised everything, ensuring that every detail was in accordance with the heavenly messenger's instructions. Remember, said the old man as he lit incense on a makeshift altar, time on the moon flows differently. What will seem like a night to us here on earth will be like a precious moment suspended in eternity for you two. As the full moon began its ascent over the horizon, bigger and brighter than anyone had ever seen, Hui felt an ancient and powerful energy envelop him. His body began to feel lighter, and a golden light similar to the one that had enveloped Chang'e on his departure now surrounded him. The ascent was unlike anything he had ever experienced. It was like floating on a river of silver light while the stars danced around him. The air became thinner, but Hui felt no lack of oxygen. A deep peace enveloped him, as if every moment of pain and loneliness from the last few months was being washed away by the moonlight. When his feet touched the lunar surface, Hui was momentarily dazzled by the ethereal beauty of the place. The ground glowed with a soft jade hue, and on the horizon, crystal palaces reflected the light of the stars in thousands of different colors. The silence was absolute, but somehow comforting. It was then that he saw her. Chang'e was more beautiful than in his memories, her figure emanating a soft light, and her black hair dancing in a non-existent breeze. Beside her, the jade rabbit momentarily interrupted his eternal work, his glowing eyes watching the lovers reunite. My love, whispered Chang'e, his voice carrying the echo of eternity. You've come. Hui ran towards her, his arms closing around her in an embrace that tried to make up for all the months of separation. Silent tears streamed down both their faces, but they were tears of joy, no longer of sadness. I've missed you so much, said Hui, her voice choked with emotion. Every day without you was like an endless winter. Chang'e smiled, gently touching her husband's face. I watched you every day, my dear. I saw your pain, your growth, and how you honored our love by teaching others the value of sacrifice and courage. The jade rabbit approached silently, offering them a small table with tea and heavenly mooncakes. The aroma was both familiar and unlike anything Hui had ever experienced, as if the stars themselves had been distilled into a drink. As they shared this heavenly meal, Chang'e told Hui about his life on the moon. She talked about the peace she found in her role as guardian about the silent conversations with the jade rabbit, and about how every night she sent her blessings to Earth through the moonlight. It's not as lonely an existence as you might think, she explained, her fingers intertwined with his. Every ray of moonlight that touches the earth carries a bit of my love for you and for the humanity we are sworn to protect. Hu Yi talked about her students, about how their story had spread and inspired others to make sacrifices for the common good. He talked about the changes in the village, about how people now celebrated their love as a symbol of hope and devotion. Time seemed to flow differently on the moon, as the wise old man had warned. Moments stretched out like eternities, and hours passed like seconds. Starlight danced around them, creating patterns that told ancient stories of love and sacrifice, even separated by distance, said Chang'e. Our love continues to grow and inspire others. Perhaps this is the true purpose of our destiny, to show that true love transcends even the barriers between heaven and earth. The jade rabbit, who had returned to his eternal work, was making soft music with his pestle, a melody that seemed to lull the universe into a cosmic dance. Hu Yi and Chang'e danced under the stars, their movements in perfect harmony with the celestial rhythm. As their time together came to an end, there was no sadness in their hearts, only a deeper understanding of the meaning of their love and sacrifice. Chang'e gently kissed Hoyi's lips, a kiss that carried the promise of future meetings and eternal love. Take the moonlight with you, she whispered, and know that on every clear night, when I look up at the sky, I will be looking back at you, my beloved archer. Hu Yi felt the same golden energy begin to envelop him again, signaling that it was time to return to Earth. His last glimpse was of Chang'e, radiant in her immortal beauty, alongside the faithful jade rabbit, both waving goodbye as he gently descended back into the mortal world. By the time Hu Yi returned to Earth, the Mid-Autumn Festival had turned into an even more meaningful celebration. The people of the village, who had witnessed his ascent to the moon, eagerly awaited his return. Still lit lanterns, illuminating the night with a welcoming glow. The old sage of the mountain was the first to welcome him, his wise eyes shining with curiosity and understanding. In the days that followed, Hu Yi noticed a profound change in himself. The pain of separation, although still present, had transformed into something softer, more meaningful. Every time he looked at the moon, he saw not just the place where his beloved lived, but a reminder of the transformative power of true love. The archer began to devote more time to teaching, sharing not only archery techniques, but also the lessons he had learned on his journey. His students, now more numerous than ever, came from far and wide, attracted not only by his legendary skill with the bow, but also by the wisdom that emanated from his words. True power lies not in the strength of the arm that draws the bow, he would tell his young apprentices, but in the strength of the heart that guides the arrow. His words carried the weight of experience, tempered by the love and sacrifice that had shaped his life. One particularly meaningful afternoon, while supervising the training, Hu Yi noticed a young woman among his students who reminded him of a Chang'e. She had the same determination in her eyes, the same gentle but resolute spirit. Her name was Mei Ling, and she had traveled from far away after hearing the story of the archer and his beloved on the moon. Master Huyi, said Mei Ling, after a training session, the people in my village tell different versions of your story. Some speak only of the sadness of separation, others of the heroism of defeating the 9 sons. But what is the real lesson we must learn? Huyi reflected for a moment, watching the sun set over the horizon. The real lesson, Mei Ling, is that love is not measured by physical proximity, but by the depth of the sacrifice we are willing to make for the sake of those we love and for the greater good. Her words touched something deep in the hearts of everyone present. Over the next few days, more stories began to emerge about how Chang'e's sacrifice and Huyi's devotion had inspired acts of courage and selflessness across China. One particularly touching story came from a distant village where a young girl had risked her life to save children from a fire, citing Chang'e's courage as her inspiration. Elsewhere, a feudal lord, moved by the archer's story, had abandoned his war plans and dedicated his resources to helping those in need. The jade rabbit, watching all this from the moon, shared these stories with Chang'e as she continued her eternal work. She smiled as she saw how her sacrifice had become a source of inspiration and hope for so many. One evening, as Huyi watched his students practicing by the light of the lanterns, the wise old man approached again. Do you realize, he said, that your story with Chang'e has become more than a tale of love? It has become a beacon of light for those who seek to find strength in difficult times. Huyi nodded, deeply understanding the truth in the elder's words. Every time I teach someone to shoot a bow, he replied, I'm not just teaching them a skill. I'm sharing a part of our history, a part of the love that Chang'e and I share. The next festival brought a new tradition to the village. Addition to mooncakes and lanterns, people began to write letters of love, hope, forgiveness, and burn them in small bonfires under the full moon, believing that their words would reach Chang'e, who would bless them with his heavenly grace. Mei Ling, who had become one of Huyi's most dedicated students, organized a special performance during the festival. Together with other archers, she coordinated a demonstration where arrows with miniature lanterns were shot into the night sky, creating a light show that seemed to dance with the stars. Huyi himself, watching the demonstration, felt his heart fill with pride and gratitude. Each little light that rose into the sky was like a messenger of hope, a reminder that even on the darkest nights, love finds ways to light the way. And so the story of Huyi and Chang'e continued to grow and transform, no longer just as a tale of separation and sacrifice, but as a testament to the enduring power of true love and its ability to inspire generations. Each new student who learned the art of the bow, each story shared around the festival bonfires, each gaze directed at the full moon, carried with it a piece of that eternal love that had transcended the barriers between heaven and earth. The years passed like leaves carried by the autumn wind, and Huyi's wisdom grew along with her legend. His hair, once as black as the moonless night, now displayed silver strands that shone like the stars he watched so much. His eyes, although more wrinkled, retained the same intense glow that had captured Chang'e's heart so many years ago. The archery school he had established had become a center of learning not only for martial arts, but also for the deeper lessons of love, sacrifice, and devotion. Mei Ling, now a master archer in her own right, assisted Hu Yi in training the next generation, perpetuating not only the techniques but also the values that had become the heart of his teachings. One particularly meaningful afternoon, while watching her students practice, Hu Yi noticed something different in the air. A gentle breeze carried cherry blossom petals, out of season, dancing in patterns that resembled celestial calligraphy. The old sage of the mountain, now even older, but just as perceptive, appeared silently beside him. "The signs are present, my friend," said the old man, his voice carrying the weight of accumulated wisdom. "The celestial empress has been watching your journey with great interest." That night, as the moon rose over the horizon, a new heavenly messenger descended from the heavens, his light softer than the first who had brought the news of the annual festival. His eyes shone with the compassion of ancient stars, and his voice echoed like distant music. "Hu Yi, guardian of the One Sun," announced the messenger, "your dedication to sharing the lessons of love and sacrifice has touched heavenly hearts. The Empress offers you a choice. You can ascend to the moon permanently, joining Chang'e in immortality, or remain on Earth as guardian of the stories and traditions you have inspired." The silence that followed was as heavy as the morning dew. Everyone present, students, villagers, and even the forest animals, seemed to be holding their breath, awaiting the great archer's decision. Ho Yi closed his eyes, his heart torn between his desire to be reunited with his beloved and his responsibility to those who had trusted in his teachings. It was Mei Ling who spoke first, her voice soft but firm like the string of a well-tensioned bow. "Master, your story with Chang'e has taught us that true love transcends physical distance. Perhaps your true mission is to continue to be the bridge between heaven and earth, just as the moon is the bridge between Chang'e and us." Her words echoed deeply in Hoi's soul. He remembered all the lives that had been touched by his story, all the hearts that had found courage in the example of his love for Chang'e. The heavenly messenger waited patiently, his light pulsing softly like a distant star. "My decision," Hu Yi began, his voice carrying the certainty of one who has found his true purpose, "is to remain here, continuing to share the lessons Chang'e and I have learned on our journey. Our love doesn't need physical proximity to continue inspiring others." The messenger smiled, as if he had expected this answer. "The celestial empress foresaw your choice, noble archer. In recognition of your wisdom, she grants you a new gift. From now on, during each Mid-Autumn festival, not only will you be able to visit Chang'e, but all those whose hearts are truly open to love will be able to glimpse, through the moonlight, the eternal dance of lovers separated by fate." Word spread quickly, and the Mid-Autumn festival took on a new meaning. People began to look more closely at the moonlight during the celebration, and many swore they saw, on the clearest nights, the silhouettes of Ho Yi and Chang'e dancing among the clouds, with the jade rabbit beating his pestle to a heavenly rhythm. The years went by, and Hu Yi grew old with the grace of someone who accepts the natural cycle of life. His teachings were recorded in manuscripts that would be passed down from generation to generation. Mei Ling and other master archers established new schools in different parts of China, each carrying a part of the original story. On his last night on Earth, during a particularly bright mid-autumn festival, Hu Yi gathered his closest students. With a serene smile, he shared one last lesson. True love is not about possessing or always being together. It is the ability to sacrifice oneself for the greater good, to inspire others to be better, and to find beauty even in separation. That night, legends say, the moon's glow was more intense than ever. When Huyi closed his eyes for the last time, his spirit did not ascend directly to the moon as many had expected. Instead, he transformed into thousands of tiny lights, like golden fireflies, which spread throughout the world. These lights, the elders say, can still be seen today during the Mid-Autumn Festival, when the love between Hoyi and Chang'e is celebrated. They appear as reflections in the lanterns, sparkles in the tears of separated lovers, and sparks of hope in the eyes of those who believe in the transformative power of true love. And so, the story of Hoyi and Chang'e lives on, not just as an ancient legend, but as a constant reminder that love, in its purest and highest form, has the power to transcend even the barriers between heaven and earth, inspiring generations to find the courage to make their own sacrifices for the greater good. Dense fog enveloped the peaks of the Yoshino Mountains like a sacred cloak as Takeshi climbed the weathered stone steps. His bare feet, calloused from months of pilgrimage, felt every irregularity in the path. The 23-year-old young monk adjusted the small bundle of belongings on his back, his only company other than the distant sound of temple bells and the wind whispering through the ancient trees. Takeshi had left his monastery 3 months ago, following an inner calling that he could not explain. His masters had warned of the dangers of the sacred mountains, of the mystical creatures that inhabited their misty slopes. But something stronger than fear drove him forward. The stories her grandmother told her about the Tengu, the raven-faced warrior masters who inhabited the mountains, echoed in her mind like a persistent mantra. The thin air at altitude made his lungs work harder, and the shadows began to lengthen as the sun sank below the horizon. Takeshi knew he needed to find shelter before dark, as the nights in the mountains were unforgiving. His keen eyes identified a natural cave a few meters above, partially hidden by a group of centuries-old pine trees. As he approached the cave entrance, Takeshi felt an ancient and powerful presence. The air seemed to grow thicker, and an unearthly silence enveloped the environment. It was not the common silence of nature, but something deeper, as if time itself had paused its eternal march. His years of training at the monastery had not prepared him for this moment. You have arrived earlier than expected, young monk. A deep, melodious voice echoed from the shadows of the cave. Takeshi remained still, his heart racing as a figure emerged from the darkness. He was tall, much taller than any man I had ever seen, wearing traditional, deep red robes and a fan of black feathers in one hand. Its face, a fascinating mix of human and avian features, was dominated by a curved beak and golden eyes that seemed to contain the wisdom of the centuries. Master Sojobo, Takeshi whispered, instantly recognizing the legendary king of the Tengu. His grandmother had described that majestic figure in her stories, but no words could do justice to his imposing presence. The Tengu inclined his head slightly, a gesture that seemed both a greeting and an assessment. You carry restlessness in your spirit, Takeshi. I see the questions that torment you, the conflicts that brought you to these mountains. Takeshi felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing his name pronounced by that mystical being. How? How do you know my name? An enigmatic smile formed on the Tengu's face. I know many things, young monk. I know the emptiness you feel in your studies, the feeling that something greater awaits you beyond the monastery walls. I also know the conflict that lies ahead, a battle that will determine the fate of both our worlds. The monk felt the weight of those words, understanding that his inner calling was not a simple spiritual restlessness. What is this conflict, Master Sojobo? The barriers between the spiritual and material worlds are weakening, the Tengu explained, his voice carrying a gravity that made the air vibrate. Ancient and dangerous forces are awakening, and few are prepared to face them. You, Takeshi, play a crucial role in this coming battle. The wind blew stronger through the trees, making the leaves dance in an ancient ritual. Sojobo extended a hand with sharp claws towards Takeshi. I can teach you the secrets of the Tengu martial arts, share knowledge that no human has ever learned, but each lesson will have its price. Each teaching will require sacrifice and determination. Takeshi felt the weight of the decision he needed to make. Years of study at the monastery had taught him the importance of balance and caution, but something deep inside him knew that this was the path he should follow. I am prepared to learn, Master Sojobo, he replied with a deep bow. No, you're not, the Tengu replied with a tone that mixed amusement and seriousness. But you will be. Training will begin tomorrow at sunrise. Tonight, reflect on what you are willing to sacrifice for the knowledge you seek. That night, sheltered in the cave, under the watchful eye of the Tengu, Takeshi gazed at the stars through the rocky entrance. The world he knew seemed distant now, like a dream he had just awakened from. Sojobo's words about the impending conflict echoed in his mind, mixing with memories of his grandmother's stories and the monastery's teachings. As sleep slowly enveloped him, Takeshi realized that his spiritual journey had transformed into something much greater than he imagined. The call that had brought him to the mountains was not just a personal impulse to seek knowledge, but part of a greater plan woven into the very fibers of destiny. With this realization, he fell asleep, knowing that at dawn he would begin not only his training with the legendary Tengu, but also his preparation for a battle that could determine the future of two worlds. The night wind carried ancient whispers, and in the shadows of the cave, Sojobo watched his new disciple, knowing that the days to come would test not only his physical abilities, but mainly his spiritual and moral strength. Destiny had brought Takeshi here, but it would be his own determination that would transform him into the warrior the world needed. The first rays of the sun had barely touched the mountains When Takeshi woke up, Sojobo was already waiting for him at the cave entrance, his imposing silhouette silhouetted against the orange dawn sky. Speechless, the Tengu gestured for the young monk to follow him. They walked along narrow paths that wound between the ancient trees, climbing higher and higher into the sacred mountains. The air became thinner with each step, but Takeshi noticed that his breathing remained surprisingly steady, as if an invisible force was supporting him. The first teaching will not be about combat, Sojobo declared, his voice mixing with the whisper of the wind. It will be about perception. A warrior who does not understand the world around him is doomed to defeat. They arrived at a natural plateau where an ancient cherry tree stood alone, its gnarled branches dancing gently in the morning breeze. Sojobo pointed to the tree with his feather fan. Sit under it and watch. Don't move until I return. Takeshi obeyed, assuming the meditation position he had practiced so many times in the monastery. The Tengu disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves, leaving the young monk alone with his thoughts. The hours passed slowly, the sun rose in the sky, and Takeshi watched the shadows change position. The cherry petals dance in the air, the small insects that inhabited the tree's bark. Gradually, he began to notice subtle patterns, the way the wind changed direction before a stronger gust, the behavior of birds that announced the approach of predators. When hunger began to set in, Takeshi stood firm in his position. When thirst made his throat burn, he remained still. The sun completed its arc across the sky, and the first stars began to appear. It was then that the sounds began. At first, they were just distant whispers, but they soon turned into familiar voices. Takeshi heard his grandmother calling, begging for help. He heard his companions from the monastery screaming in agony. Each voice was a stab at his heart, testing his resolve to remain still. The visions came next. Dancing shadows took on terrible shapes. Creatures from ancient legends emerged from the darkness to torment him. Masked Oni surrounded him, their eyes glowing with unearthly malice. Takeshi felt cold sweat run down his back, but he stood his ground, remembering Sojobo's words about perception. That was when a familiar figure appeared from the shadows. His former monastery master, the one who had guided him since childhood. Takeshi, the figure called sadly, you have abandoned your vows, betrayed your brothers. Come back with us now, or it will be too late. Takeshi's heart faltered. The guilt he carried for leaving the monastery weighed on his chest like a stone, but something about the master's words sounded different, a subtle tone that didn't belong to the voice he knew so well. Perception goes beyond the eyes. Sojobo's voice echoed in his mind. Trust your deepest instincts. Takeshi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The voices, the visions, the night terrors, they were all illusions, tests of his determination and discernment. He focused on what was real, the texture of the tree bark against his back, the smell of damp earth, the real sound of the wind in the leaves. Illusions dissipated like mist at dawn. Sojobo materialized before him, his golden eyes shining with approval. You have learned your first lesson, the Tengu declared. Reality is not always what our senses show us. A warrior must see with his heart and mind, not just his eyes. Takeshi tried to get up, but his legs were shaking after so many hours in the same position. So Jobo supported him with surprising kindness for a being of his stature and power. The forces we face will use your own doubts and fears against you, the Tengu explained as they walked back to the cave. Learn to distinguish the real from the illusory, and you will have taken the first step towards becoming a true warrior. Along the way, Takeshi reflected on the visions he had faced. Master, he asked hesitantly, the voices I heard, were they all illusions? So Jobo paused for a moment, his piercing gaze fixed on the horizon. The voices were illusions, but the feelings they awakened in you are real. The coming conflict will require you to face not only external enemies, but also your own inner demons. Arriving at the cave, Sojobo prepared an herbal tea that Takeshi had never tasted before. The warm liquid ran down his throat, bringing renewed strength to his tired limbs. Rest now, the Tengu instructed. Tomorrow, we will begin your physical training, and you will need all your strength. As he settled down to sleep, Takeshi realized that something had changed within him. The experience under the cherry tree had not just been a test of physical endurance, it had been an initiation, an awakening to a new way of perceiving the world. The soft sound of Sojobo's fan feathers lulled him to sleep, and for the first time since leaving the monastery, Takeshi slept without being disturbed by doubts or regrets. The star shone through the cave entrance, silent witnesses to his gradual transformation from a simple monk into something more, something that not even he himself fully understood yet. Dawn brought with it a gentle rain that covered the mountains with a silvery veil. Takeshi watched the drops slide down the cave entrance, while Sojobo prepared something in a small black iron cauldron. The aroma emanating from the mixture was simultaneously sweet and bitter, making her stomach churn in anticipation. Today we will begin your physical training, the Tengu announced, pouring the steaming liquid into an ancient ceramic bowl. This is a sacred elixir passed down through generations of Tengu. It will prepare your body for the challenges ahead. Takeshi accepted the bowl reverently, feeling the heat through the ceramic. The liquid was a deep amber color, and as he drank it, he experienced contradictory sensations. First, an intense cold that ran through his body, followed by a heat that seemed to ignite every fiber of his being. Get up, commanded Sojobo. Your body is now ready to receive the ancestral teachings. What followed was unlike any training Takeshi had experienced at the monastery. Sojobo guided him through movements that seemed to defy gravity itself. His gestures were fluid like water, but carried the force of a storm. The Tengu demonstrated each technique only once, waiting for his disciple to absorb them not only with his eyes, but with his own essence. Tengu martial arts are not mere physical strength, Sojobo explained as he corrected Takeshi's posture. They are the manifestation of harmony between the spiritual and material worlds. Each movement must transcend the barrier between the two realms. Hours turned into days, and days into weeks. The training progressively intensified, and Takeshi felt his body and mind transforming. His senses became more acute. His consciousness expanded beyond physical limits. During the nights, vivid dreams visited him, bringing visions of ancient battles and forgotten knowledge. One particularly cold morning, Sojobo took him to a cliff that jutted out over a deep valley. Dense clouds formed a sea of white beneath them, occasionally revealing glimpses of the distant forest. The next step in your training requires absolute trust, the Tengu declared. You must jump. Takeshi stared into the abyss, his heart racing. But master, the fall, the fall is only what your eyes see, Sojobo interrupted. Remember the lesson on perception. What is real and what is illusion? The young monk closed his eyes, breathing deeply. He remembered the weeks of training, the transformations he had experienced. When he reopened his eyes, something had changed in his perception. The abyss no longer seemed so threatening, and the air currents rising up the cliff became visible to him, like ribbons of energy dancing in space. Without hesitating any longer, Takeshi jumped. The air enveloped his body like a familiar hug, and to his surprise, he found he could control his fall. It wasn't exactly flying, but it was gliding through the air currents with the grace of a leaf in the wind. Sojobo appeared at his side, his black wings outstretched against the blue sky. Air is the domain of the Tengu, the master explained, guiding him through the clouds, but it is also an element that connects the two worlds. Through it, we can perceive disturbances in the fabric of reality. As they glided over the valley, Sojobo pointed to different points in the landscape. Takeshi began to notice strange patterns in the air, like ripples on a calm lake. They are fissures, the Tengu explained, points where the barrier between the worlds is eroding. They landed in a distant clearing, where the trees formed a perfect circle. In the center, Takeshi could clearly see one of those fissures, a subtle distortion in the air that made his stomach turn when he looked directly at it. The coming conflict, Sojobo continued, his voice thick with concern, will begin through these fissures, creatures from the spiritual world, not all benevolent, like the Tengu, will find ways into the material world. Some have already begun to cross. As if to confirm his words, a distant sound echoed through the forest, something between a roar and a wail, charged with an ancient sadness and a primal fury. Takeshi felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise in response. That sound, he began, but Sojobo was already moving, his red robes a blur against the vegetation. Come, commanded the Tengu. It's time for you to apply your training to a real situation. They ran through the forest, Takeshi surprising himself with his own agility. His feet barely touched the ground as he followed his master, dodging branches and leaping over obstacles with a grace that would have been impossible weeks ago. The sound became clearer as they got closer to its source. In a small natural cave, they found a creature that Takeshi recognized from ancient stories. A kodama, a forest spirit, writhing in agony. All around him, dark shadows pulsed with an evil energy. Shadows are spiritual parasites, Sojobo quickly explained. It's feeding on Kodama's essence. If we don't free it, both the creature and this part of the forest will die. Takeshi watched the dancing shadows, remembering his training. Now, he could see the patterns in their movements, the currents of energy that kept them connected to the spirit of the forest. With a fluid movement, he began to execute one of the forms that Sojobo had taught him. his gestures creating patterns in the air itself. The shadows reacted to his presence, abandoning Kodama to attack him. But Takeshi was prepared. His every movement was precise, every gesture loaded with purpose. Tengu techniques were not just physical movements. They were an ancient language, a way of communicating with the forces of nature themselves. With precise movements, Takeshi continued his dance against the shadows, while Sojobo carefully observed his disciples' every gesture. The Kodama, still weakened, emitted a faint glow that pulsed in tune with the young monk's movements. The shadows, now completely focused on Takeshi, formed increasingly aggressive patterns. Remember, Sojobo's voice echoed in his mind, shadows are manifestations of the imbalance between worlds. They cannot be destroyed, only redirected. Understanding the instruction, Takeshi altered his approach. Instead of trying to dispel the shadows, it began to guide them in a circular motion, creating a whirlpool of dark energy. The air around him began to vibrate with an ancient frequency, and he felt a deep connection to the forces he manipulated. The shadows, gradually losing their chaotic nature, began to follow the pattern that Takeshi set. With a final movement, he directed them towards one of the nearby dimensional fissures, returning them to their plane of origin. The Kodama, freed from evil influence, regained its natural luster, and the surrounding forest seemed to sigh with relief. You learned well, Sojobo commented, approaching. But this was just a small test of what's to come. The creatures that cross the fissures are becoming more powerful and numerous. The now recovered Kodama floated to Takeshi and offered him a small, luminescent seed. A gift of gratitude, explained Sojobo. Kodama seeds contain pure forest energy. Keep it well, as it may be useful when the shadows grow thicker. In the days that followed, Sojobo intensified his training even further. Takeshi learned to identify different types of dimensional rifts and the creatures that crossed them. Some were benign, lost spirits seeking to return to their own plane. Others were malevolent, drawn to the growing imbalance between the worlds. During a particularly intense training session, Sojobo revealed a deeper concern. There is something greater behind these fissures, he said, his golden gaze fixed on the horizon. Some ancient force is deliberately weakening the barriers between the worlds. How can we find out what's causing this? Asked Takeshi, still panting from the exercise. There is a sacred place, replied Sojobo, an ancient temple in the heart of these mountains. There, the lines that separate the worlds are thinner, and the answers can be found. But getting there will require everything you have learned so far, and more. That night, as they meditated in the cave, Takeshi felt a different disturbance in the air. It was no ordinary crack, but something more subtle and unsettling. Sojobo noticed, too, his feathers ruffling in warning. They arrived ahead of schedule, muttered the Tengu, standing up quickly. The shadow yokai found a way through the barriers faster than we imagined. The night sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds, and an icy wind swept across the mountain. Takeshi could feel evil presences approaching, more numerous and powerful than anything he had faced before. Tonight, declared Sojobo, his fan of black feathers glowing with otherworldly energy, your true test begins. The shadow yokai are ancient warriors, corrupted by centuries of bitterness and thirst for revenge. They sense the power you are developing and will come to try and destroy you before you become a real threat. Takeshi held the Kodama's luminescent seed tightly, feeling its comforting heat. The techniques he had learned over the past few weeks flowed through his body like second nature, and the presence of his master at his side gave him confidence. The first shadowy shapes emerged from the darkness, their eyes glowing with a cold, blue fire. They were warriors in ancient armor, their forms distorted by centuries of existence in the shadows. His movements were fluid and lethal, carrying the experience of countless battles. Remember, Sojobo said, preparing for combat. You are not just fighting with your body, but with your spirit. Shadow yokai feed on fear and doubt. Keep your mind clear and your heart steady. The battle that followed was unlike anything Takeshi had experienced in his training. The yokai attacked in waves, their blows charged not only with physical force, but with corrupted spiritual energy. Each impact threatened not just his body, but his very essence. Sojobo and Takeshi fought back to back, their movements synchronized like an ancient dance. The Tengu was magnificent in combat, its fan of feathers transforming into a deadly weapon that cut through shadows with surgical precision. Takeshi, in turn, discovered that he could channel the energy of the Kodama seed through his movements, creating barriers of light that kept yokai at bay. But the enemies were many, and as the battle dragged on, Takeshi began to feel the weight of fatigue. It was then that he understood that he needed to transcend his physical limitations, just as Sojobo had taught. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, he connected with the essence of the mountains around him, feeling the ancient strength of the earth flow through him. With the ancient strength of the mountains flowing through his being, Takeshi opened his eyes, which now glowed with a golden light similar to his master's. The shadow yokai hesitated momentarily, sensing the change in the young monk's energy. In that moment of absolute clarity, Takeshi understood that all of his training had been to prepare him for this crucial moment. Now you understand, Sojobo said, his voice carrying a tone of approval. True power comes not from physical strength, but from harmony with the forces that surround us, with movements that seemed to transcend human limitations. Takeshi began to weave a complex pattern in the air, his hands leaving trails of golden light. The Kodama seed in his chest pulsed in tune with his gestures, amplifying his connection with the vital energy of the forest. The shadow yokai launched a desperate attack, realizing the danger the young warrior represented. Their shadowy blades cut through the air with deadly hisses, but found only the void where Takeshi had been a moment before. The monk's every movement now seemed to predict and anticipate the enemy's attacks. Sojobo, watching his disciple with evident pride, began to sing an ancient chant in a language Takeshi had never heard but instinctively understood. The words resonated with the very fabric of reality, strengthening the connection between the spiritual and material worlds. The battle reached its climax when Takeshi, channeling both the mountain's energy and the power of the Kodama seed, performed a sequence of moves that Sojobo had only hinted at during training. The air around him crystallized into perfect geometric patterns, creating a three-dimensional mandala of pure light. The shadow yokai, trapped inside the mandala, began to transform, The darkness that had corrupted them for centuries was being purified by holy light. Some of the ancient warriors momentarily regained their original forms, noble samurai who had lost their way between the worlds. "We are not here to destroy you," Takeshi declared, his voice echoing with an authority that surprised even himself, "but to free them from the corruption that has imprisoned them for so long." One by one, the yokai began to dissolve, not in destruction, but in purification. Their essences, now free from the influence of shadows, ascended like sparks of light towards the night sky. The last of them, before leaving, bowed in a gesture of respect and gratitude. When the last trace of combat dissipated, Takeshi fell to his knees, exhausted but transformed by the experience. Sojobo approached, his countenance softer than usual. "You have completed your transformation," said the Tengu, helping his disciple to his feet. "But this victory is just the beginning. The force that is causing the rifts between the worlds has yet to be confronted." Takeshi nodded, understanding that his destiny was intrinsically linked to protecting the balance between the worlds. "The ancient temple you mentioned," he said, "is that where we will find the answers?" "Yes," Sojobo replied, "but the path there will be different than we imagined. The yokai you freed tonight were just pawns in a larger game. Their true master, an ancient entity that feeds on the chaos between the worlds, will not be satisfied with this defeat." Dawn began to dye the sky with shades of pink and gold, dispelling the last shadows of the night. Takeshi could feel a change in the air, as if nature itself recognized the importance of the events that had transpired. "What's the next step, Master?" asked Takeshi, his determination renewed by the victory achieved. Sojobo opened his feather fan, revealing an ancient map woven into its surface. "The ancient temple is located at the point where all the power lines of the mountains converge. To reach it, we will need to traverse the Valley of Lost Spirits and climb the Peak of 1,000 Visions. Every step of this journey will be a test, not only of your skills, but of your resolve." As the sun fully rose over the sacred mountains, Takeshi gazed at the path that stretched out before him. He was no longer the insecure young monk who had arrived in the mountains months ago. Training with Sojobo had transformed him into something more, a guardian of both worlds, a protector of sacred balance. The Kodama seed in his chest pulsed gently, reminding him of the connection he had developed with the forces of nature. Tengu techniques flowed naturally through his body, and ancient wisdom echoed in his mind. He was ready to face any challenge that awaited him. "The sun rises in a different world today," Sojobo said, his golden eyes fixed on the horizon. "The barriers between the worlds continue to weaken, but now there is hope. You have proven yourself worthy not only of the secrets of the Tengu, but also of the role that destiny has in store for you." Together, master and disciple began preparations for the next phase of their journey. The wind in the mountains carried whispers of ancient prophecies, and the centuries-old trees seemed to bow in recognition of the passing of those who carried the fate of two worlds in their hands. The story of the monk and the Tengu was far from over, but one thing was certain: the sacred mountains had witnessed the birth of a new legend, one that would be told for generations to come. And deep within the ancient temple, answers waited, along with challenges even greater than anyone could imagine.